Welcome back, everybody. This is part 6 of the recent permadeath run that I've been doing. We got several settlements in, 24 settlements into trying to find a new S-class multi-tool for this run, because I'm currently just using a experimental B-class, which I found just randomly, pure luck, in one of the space stations I visited. So we're going to get this we'll keep this tool, but get a new one in S-class, which I'll finish today, and then I'll probably look to build out the rest of my inventory here and some of this. I may trying to look at an S-class freighter, but I doubt I'll do that today. And just a bit of space station missions I'll take and do, as well as potentially one or two from the Nexus as well. So just a bit of an easy kind of relaxed Sunday play today with nothing too intense. This isn't the most exciting way to play the game. It's quite repetitive, very mundane, but it's a process that needs to be followed to get the S-class. Otherwise, if you're looking for S-class tools, it's either pure luck or you go to a pre-discovered tool which has been documented somewhere like the Interstellar Index group on Facebook, or No Man's Sky Coordinate Exchange on Reddit, places like that, or Discord. I post quite a bit to Discord as well. It's quite a nice alpha fighter, that. A heavy Bowie dorsal fin single thruster. What looks like blue and red, or blue and pink, maybe. No, I think that's red. I mean, that's red. This is just a different coloured red, different type of red. This happens sometimes as well. You get a bug which doesn't render a settlement in, so it looks like there's nothing here. So when this happens, you just simply have to reload a save. Doesn't happen a lot though. Probably one every 3 or 4 big long searches. And there it is. It's rendered back in. So apparently just translate reload again. I haven't even backed this save up, so if I do end up dying on a glitch, I'm screwed. I don't feel the need to back a save up anymore. If you die, you die. My main playthrough is the survival or normal mode in any case, so I'm not too worried if you die. Glitchery going on here. Hi Brian, good afternoon. Welcome, welcome. Good result for England yesterday. I think got a feeling that football's coming home for once. Good afternoon, David. Welcome to the chat. Welcome, welcome. Hey, we got it. We finally got it. That didn't take too long. The light generator Mark 7 in S-Class. So, very briefly, before I quickly nab this, because obviously outside of doing this run I do a bit of multi-tool hunting, I'm just going to quickly get a couple of snaps of the tool so that in I can just upload this as a log to the No Man's Sky Interstellar Index on Facebook, where I moderate. So I'm just going to get a couple of pictures which is why it's just going to stay still for a moment. And then I get a picture of the glyphs next to the tool. Otherwise, I have so many pictures because I find so many different tools that if you don't get the glyphs next to the actual tool, you probably end up posting the wrong glyphs with the wrong tool. So I do that, and then I just place a orange save beacon down. It's more for my benefit, really. And then a comms station for everybody's benefit. I'll just leave a little message for people such as S class experimental rifle, and then reload save here. So anyone coming to this location, if they don't see the tool, they just follow the instruction there to reload and they will have the tool. Right, last thing is I'm just going to very quickly get the coordinates. And that will do. Good, good. Is the on the last not so much the last stream, but a couple of audios before that in 2 or 3 streams, it was quite echoey. Like every time I shot the gun or there was an explosion, you kind of almost got a bit of an echo of that in the background. I think it's because my the sound was quite loud and it was obviously picking things up. But let me know in the comments if the audio, the sound, and the voice chat is all right, and if there's any issues with it, because I can sort of adjust things at this end, but I can't really tell unless people give me some feedback on that. Right, so yeah, we're going to pick this little beauty up and then get rid of this thing straight away. This thing here kills that, and the plasma launcher, they kill more people on permadeath than anything. So that will be instantly removed. So we're going to grab this tool. Yeah, 7.5 million. I think I'm going to keep this B class just for, it was the first exotic tool that I found on this save, just for a little bit of sentimental value. But yeah, as you can see here, this is 24 slots. Now, any S-Class multi-tool that you find, it will always, without exception, it will always have the absolute maximum inventory slots that's possible on that type of multi-tool. There's 3 different types of multi-tools. One is a rifle, which is this here, and then you've got an alien version of an alien rifle. So they come always with 24 slots as an S-Class, guaranteed 24 slots. And then there's a mid rifle for alien multi-tools, and they actually have two different varieties. There's one that looks a bit like a dragon with a really big sort of wide, sharp barrel. That has 16 slots. There's another alien mid-rifle which comes with generally a crystal barrel on the end, of various different colours, and it's, you know, has spikes and stuff on the top. Again, that's a mid-rifle, and that will come with 16 slots. And then the last variety is you get pistols. You get normal standard system pistols. You get experimental pistols, which essentially, the experimental pistol is the back half of the rifle. So that there, just that little back part there, would be the pistol version of this rifle. And all pistols, alien, experimental and standard, they all just come with 10 slots, which is the maximum you can get with an S-Class. So pistols is 10, mid-rifles is 16, and rifles are 24. So back in the day, before we had several of the recent updates over the last couple of years, I think the Desolation update, where we could find derelict freighters and board derelict freighters and do the derelict freighter missions, with that particular update came the ability to increase your class and inventory of your multi-tool. So even if you had a B class, since that update, we can now at the space station increase it to an S class with nanites, and obviously increase the slot count as well. But prior to Desolation, we couldn't do that. So in very general terms, most people try to find S-Class rifles so we could get the full 24 slots with the S-Class, and it was only this and the Alien rifle and standard system rifles that could come with 24 slots. But really and truly, now since that update, the tools now that we all hunt, myself, Lava Lamp, everybody else, we're not fussed about the slots anymore. We're not fussed about the stats. Certainly not fussed about the stats. All we care about now is aesthetics, which is why a lot of multi-tool hunters now, they don't just hunt rifles. They will hunt pistols, they will hunt the mid-rifles and post them as well. So these days you see a lot more postings of pistols and mid-rifles as opposed to just purely rifles, which is what it was kind of 2 years ago. All of the experimental rifles, the reason why we just completely ignore these stats here is because they're all the same. So every experimental rifle comes with the same, exactly the same base stats. The only reason why this number here will differ, so this is 3699 damage, which you can see here, that is purely because this tool comes with a pre-installed scatter blaster. So if this tool didn't have this scatter blaster installed and it didn't have the pulse spitter installed, it would drop all the way down to 400. Every experimental rifle is a standard, every S-Class is a standard 400 damage. And it doesn't matter what tool it is, it's 400 damage. The only thing that changes that is what comes pre-installed with the rifle. So just, I know I'm sort of drumming on a bit here, but I'm just trying to get some understanding for new players here more than anything, because I see a lot of new players talking about stats and how this gun's no good because this gun's got more stats. Completely irrelevant. What you'll find is you could have this rifle here with 3699 base damage stats, and in the next system I go to, I could find another rifle identical to this, but it may not have this installed and just a pulse spitter. So therefore the damage on that rifle that I find could be only 1000. So you'd look at this rifle here and you would look at the rifle in the next system I find and think, well, this has got 3699, so this must be a lot better, more powerful, and I'm going to stick with this one. But in actual fact, all multi-tools have invisible stats that we can't see. And the only way that we can find a multi-tool's maximum damage output or maximum scanning range is to install S-Class upgrade modules and the Scatter Blaster. So we install that as well as the buildable module that you can get, which is a B class, and then 3 S-Class upgrades. That, as long as these are all the maximum you can get, will show the full potential of the tool. And what you might find is this tool, once it's fully upgraded, although it's at the moment higher base stats than the next tool that I might find, once it's fully upgraded, it may actually be lower in overall stats than the tool that I find in the next system that just shows 1000 base damage because it hasn't got this installed. So when you're going for multi-tools, never ever go by this, because that will only become fully upgraded, and it will only show its true potential once you install the Scatter Blaster and all the rest of the modules. So always ignore this and just go for aesthetics on a multi-tool. So that's the long and the short of that. So yeah, I'm going to go for this. I'm going to grab this and buy that for 7.5. All S-Class multi-tools as well are 7.5 million. They don't go above 7.5 million. So now we've got this, we can get rid of this straight away because this is a killer. I might keep this because I might run 2 different damage builds here. Keep the mining beam, get rid of this. I don't use that. And then what we can do is just begin to build out the modules here. We'll do this because we've got everything, and then below we'll do this because I'm missing hermetic still. So let me just see if I can make that. Yeah, there we go. So we'll get this done, and then put this down here, put this one here. The other great thing as well is since the I can't remember what update it was. I think it might have actually have been the Prisms update. Anything that you've got now installed in your storage on your freighter, if you're trying to build something, it will just automatically, as long as your freighter's in the system, it will just automatically pull the materials from these storage containers now without you even touching it. Before you had to kind of go in here, then go to the thing that you need to upgrade and place it on there and all that sort of malarkey, but you don't need to do that anymore. It all just does it automatically, which is such a good sort of quality of life improvement within the game. I'm all for that. See, I haven't got that in my inventory, it's just pulled that from the freighter. So it's another good reason to own a freighter. It's the best thing you can own in the game, in my opinion. Just purely for all of this and the matter beam. Yeah, David, I hear you on that. You can't, you can't actually delete multi-tools. We get an option to keep 3. So you go into your menu here, and then scroll to the left, and these are your what would be 3 different multi-tools. But yeah, you're right. There's no way to delete them. I don't think. You can rename them, but no, you can't delete them. So the only thing you can do is if you come to station here and you want to upgrade your tool, you just have to exchange it with one of the pre-existing ones. It's a bit of a pain in the arse actually. That they should have improved that by now. Is what it is, I suppose. Right. So all I'm going to do now is just keep in the space station. Now I've got an S-Class, is just continue to find S-Class upgrades. But you can already see, just by adding this component here, it's increased the damage from 3699 to 4074. If you just had this installed, the Scatter Blaster, If you upgraded this here to the max, or the bolt caster to the absolute max, you still wouldn't get higher damage than the scatter blaster. It's really strange. So just this one single unit here will actually give you higher damage output than a fully upgraded bolt caster and pulse spitter. It's just the way it works, and I'll show you later on, but when you look for the S-Class upgrades, there is a particular stat that you need to look for which massively increases this damage output, but I'll show you that when we kind of get round to that point. Right, so yeah, that's all done there, so let me just grab this. So this took 32 minor settlements, but it was 30, probably around 30, because I think I saved a couple of drop-off points as well. So it was roughly around 30 minor settlements to find that S-Class, and you know, that was a good, what, maybe couple of hours of gameplay there. But it's definitely not long, short-winded process. On just another thing before I move on, just on average, this is just purely for me. Other people may vary, but I found several hundred multi-tools. Now, across all of those finds, my average here is 48. So per search, on average, it will take me roughly 48 minor settlements to find one S-Class tool. Some may take 1, some may take 10, some may take 32, as in here. I've actually had one that's taken over 250. But if you average down absolutely everything across the board that I've found from day one, my average settlement count is 48. So if you are going to go off and hunt a multi-tool, just be prepared that on average it will take you around 48 minor settlements to find it. So you do need to put a couple of hours of gameplay time aside. Let's quickly see what today's Nexus missions. Oh, it's the same as the weekend mission that I did yesterday. No, we won't bother with that. So, no, won't bother with that. Although these repair kits are handy for when I begin to start galaxy hopping. Just use those to repair everything. I just unlocked these parts here because these are quite good for glitch building when you're base building. Right, what do we need now? Yeah, let's go for a few of these. let's see what I need to do. Right, so I need some modules for this. I definitely need to get some more slots for here, so that's ship scrapping. Still need to increase this. So what I'm going to do is, just while I'm doing all of that and in between, I'm going to just continue with the main mission, the main story. So calibrate the translator. Do this as well as sort of knocking off the base computer and some of the space station missions, like kill loads of sentinels. I've got to do tons here. And that way we can just accumulate nanites, units, and leveling up all at the same time, while sort of working on all the other things in between as well. Not sure what I'm going to do for nanites production yet. My general go-to method for that is just ship scrapping, because I can collect storage augments on the way as well. But yeah, people do sort of farming for that, using cooking and lots of different things. But when you don't dupe in this game, and when you don't cheat, everything's a bit of a grind. There's no real quick way of doing anything, to be honest. So it doesn't really matter what you choose; it's just what you prefer. So how much have I got? 86 million. I could do a quick activated Indian pickup. Don't really need that anymore. Get rid of that. Right, so let's go to a new system first of all. I generally only stick to rich economies as well. I'm not fussed about the life form. I used to just stay with the Viking systems, because they obviously produce more fighter ships than the other races. So you'll get 7 fighters in each Viking system, as opposed to just the standard 3. So I generally just used to stick with, when I was ship hunting quite a lot, almost daily, I would just stick with Viking systems, because fighters are my favourite ship variety in the game. I suppose that's another thing for new players. If you don't already know, in each system there's 21 different ship varieties. Doesn't matter what system you go to, it's the same number, 21 ships. Every single system has one exotic ship, and that even accounts for poor economy system, tier 1 systems as well. That is the only S-class anything that you'll find in a tier 1 system. You won't find an S-class freighter, you won't find S-class frigates, you won't find S-class multi-tools in tier 1 systems. You will only find an S-class exotic, because that's the only class that it comes in. So every system has 21 ships, 1 S-class exotic, 7 shuttles. Doesn't matter what life form, you get 7 shuttles, and then you get 3 of each of the ship types. So you get 3 fighters, 3 haulers, 3 shuttles, and 3 explorers. And then on top of that, you get a further 4 ships of whatever is the dominant life form in that system. So if you go to a GEC system, you'll get the 3 haulers, which come as standard, plus 4 extra haulers, because GEC is hauler dominant. A Viking, you'll get 3 fighters as standard, plus the extra 4 fighters, because they're fighter dominant. And Korvax, you'll get 3 explorers plus an extra 4 explorers, because Korvax are explorer dominant. But the shuttles is 7 in every different life form variety. It doesn't make a difference. You always get 7 shuttles. So that's kind of just a bit of a breakdown there on what sort of ships you can expect to see in each system. So we've got another S-Class here. This is the second Space Station S-Class cabinet that I've seen in the run so far, which is good. So because I wouldn't normally, because I've just found an S-Class, but because it is an S-Class, I am going to reload on every one of these planets, but in between I'm just going to do a little bit of exploring around and trying to maybe adopt a pet, screenshot fauna and stuff as well. But just because that is an S-Class, it is always worth just reloading just to see what pops up in there, because you may get a really cool looking tool, you know. Right, so let's see if I've got any hyperdrive. Yeah, bosh. Take that. Stick that just here for now. See what he's got. Yep, we'll take that. Pretty rubbish. I try and go for maximum fauna percentage upgrades on these. I don't care about flora. I don't care about the scan radius, but the fauna, I try and get it up to around 500,000 units per scan. So as close to 10,000 as we can get on that. Just grab this. See what he's got. Shields. Yeah, I'll take that. 3 there. Just going to see if there's any travellers. So I'll quickly look here first. So I can pick some glyphs up. He's quite a cool looking deck. Get some missions for when I'm sort of going around these planets. Volcanic. No, there's nothing worth grabbing. Right, so I'm going to start just clockwise, closest planet to the starting planet. So we'll go for these moons first. I do love this ship though, it's a really nice ship. I'm not too keen on the box thruster. It would have been better in single thruster or a triple thruster. I'm not mad on box thrusters. Still nice though. looking planet so far, or moon. Oh, that's a biggie. 3 meters. I kind of like these when they first sort of got introduced. They're a bit different, but they're very common now. You sort of see them everywhere. Striders. Another strider. One overground and one underground. Overground, underground, wombling free. Used to love that program when I was a kid, the Wombles. Right, there's that one. Just got to try and find a couple of caves, I think. I might as well try and get this last one. Looks like a cave, doesn't it? Let's see if there's anything here. What I tend to find with these ones is more often than not, they will actually just be sort of roaming around the front of the cave as opposed to actually needing to go into one. So if you don't see them kind of at the entrance, the chances are you won't see them. Think about it. Just have a look gander on the feet. I'll give it a few minutes. If I can't find it, I'll just move on. I definitely won't be singing much. I can't sing at all. Tone deaf, me. I've got quite a monotone voice, I think, so definitely not singing. Right, let's get some of these done while I'm here. Sorry, Braddock, in fact. What's my other tools damage? That's the same. Won't make a difference. Right, come here, Mr. Sentinel. It's not your day, I'm afraid. Now call your mates. There we go. Bye-bye. Let's get your next lot in. can't, can I? Shield situation. Got 1, 4. Should be right. Just thinking of the walker. That there would have probably have killed me without shields in permadeath. You've got to be very, very, very careful with your jetpack. Like I said, the biggest killer in permadeath is the geology cannon and the plasma gun, as well as miscalculating your jetpack and falling. Everything else is pretty easy. Right, reload a save. And then let's go and see what's up in that S-Class cabinet. I'm not going to look for that last underground fauna. Hi Des, good afternoon, welcome to the chat. Yes, you can, that's right. So with shields, in fact not just shields, but absolutely anything, you can stack, you can basically have 3 S-Class upgrade modules in your inventory of anything. So as long as it's got, so like the jetpack, shields, you can stack these even as well. But you can also stack things in here. So you can have 3 in here and 3 in here. But if I move this one now to technology, it will break. Yeah. So you can have maximum of 3 and maximum of 3 in here. And actually, if you play normal, if you play normal or survival and you stack these here and in here, it pretty much makes you invincible. I mean, you've got to take a hell of a lot of damage to even get close to dying. David, okay, the audio does get echo when you're blasting, not bad, but it's there. Right, okay. Is it because it's too loud? Do you think if I turned this even lower, I mean this was at 100 at one point, if I went down further, does that make it a bit difficult to hear the game though if it goes down more than that? Let me know in the comments if that kind of has a bit of an impact on what you can hear actually from the game. Yeah, so Des, if you play normal mode and you have 3 shields in your inventory and 3 in your tech, you could probably stand there for a good 2 or 3 minutes in front of a walker and take damage, and you know you wouldn't really have to worry too much about anything. It's very, very OP. Yeah, the jetpack isn't even maxed yet, so you get the buildable, you get essentially 2 or 3 S-Class buildable modules that you purchase with nanites from the anomaly, plus this B-Class here, and then on top of that you can stack 3 S-Class modules. So that doesn't, this here isn't included in the stack. That isn't included in the stack, and one of these S-Class modules isn't included in the stack. You get the buildable ones plus the stacks. The same with this. That wouldn't include in the stack, neither would that. So as well as having this and this, I can actually have connected another two, because I've got one there already. I can have another two S-Class modules here to form one unit here of 5. In here I can again have life support modules, 3 of them in here as well. Hi Old Bones, welcome to the chat, good afternoon. Right, so that's dog crap. That's no good. So it's obviously S-Class, but it's a horrid looking tool. So we'll leave that. But as I've reloaded, I'm now going to pick up some more modules, because every time you reload on a space station, every time you get out your ship and then reload that save, or you go down to a planet and you reload a save on a planet, all of these will refresh, so you can purchase these again every single time that you reload. They restock and you can repurchase them. It's a little bit exploity, but I do it and don't worry about it. So we'll do that one, and then over here, if I remember, it was a scanner module, wasn't it? So we'll get another scanner module. If I've got enough nanites yet. So we'll get another one of those. Later on in these playthroughs as well, just while we're here, I will show you how to actually get the absolute maximum possible stats that you want from each of these modules. There is a way of doing it. It's quite exploity. Nowhere near as bad as sort of duping and stuff like that, but there is, you need quite a few nanites, so I won't be doing it until I've built this up to kind of around 150,000 nanites. But once you've got a decent nanite stock, you can buy several of these, and I'll show you a way that we can do that. But that won't be for a while yet, because I need to build up some nanites. So we'll install this one. Flora. Shame that isn't the fauna. Right, so that's 1 of 6 down. Another few to go. I think I need to kill some more sentinels as well. Hi Terry, good afternoon. Hope everyone's weekend has been good so far. If you're an England fan, I'm sure it's been wonderful. After them absolutely trashing Ukraine last night. It was a good game, that. I don't follow football that much, but I enjoy watching that. And if you're a Ukrainian, I feel sorry for you today. Game sounds okay in the background so far. Cheers, David. Yeah, any issues with the audio or commentary, then just let me know. It's quite an interesting looking planet. It's a bit barren. I do like these though. I like these. These at night look really cool. I use them on base builds. They're kind of windswept. They've got like a windswept look, like some bonsai that I have. I collect bonsai outside of gaming and stuff. Bit of a nerd. I've done it for years. I've been a bonsai collector for about 15 years. I think I've got a few more to kill, and then I've done all of those missions that are in the space station. That could even be enough now, I think. Yeah, I think that'll do. We'll just grab these quick. These all help towards nanites in the anomaly, that's all. I didn't reload, did I? Zane should be on tonight, streaming, hopefully. I like watching Zane's videos. He puts out some good content, he does. But more importantly, he knows this game inside and out. You know, he knows a lot about the code and stuff, so I learned quite a bit from him. We'll get the last shield upgrade to max the suit out. And now I need more nanites for anything else. So that one there could be improved. That's just 87%, 89 and 89, 89, 89 and 83. Right, well that one definitely needs to go. So we've got to replace that at some point. So this is you'll see here. So this is a standard system rifle, but because it's an S class, comes with 24 slots, guaranteed every time. And look, see that damage there, 1609. Now if that had the actual scatter blaster, because that there is just an upgrade module, so that won't do anything. But if this had the scatter blaster installed as well as that, this would be damage of over 4000. But it's showing as 1609 because it has the bolt caster as well as the plasma launcher. But if you was to take that, and that off, this would go down to under 400. So that's why you don't ever pay attention to these stats. When you're looking at a gun like this with pre-installed standard modules, this here is completely irrelevant. Just makes no sense whatsoever. You just ignore that. The bolt caster, actually, it's a good attachment. The bolt caster, it's very underrated because everyone just assumes, oh right, this is the sort of standard gun attachment that you get from day one from playing the game. So I think a lot of people just assume it's rubbish, but it's actually really good. I've only recently, so Scatter Blaster is the best by a mile. It causes the most damage, and it doesn't have the effect of killing you, unlike the plasma launcher and stuff. And it's just really powerful, really OP. So the shotgun or the Scatter Blaster is my favourite. It has been for years. But recently, I used to run with a Scatter Blaster or the Bolt Caster, but I've got used to the Pulse Spitter now. I quite like the rapid fire on that. It doesn't really do much damage. It's just quite fun. But the Bolt Caster is a good weapon attachment. It's very underrated, and if you max it out fully, so you've got 5 modules there in total, 3 S class and the standard modules, and you can even add like the ricochet on it. It's really good. It definitely makes short. You can cut down enemies pretty quickly with it. Walkers, everything. So there's nothing wrong with it. My preference is just my go-to attachment is always Scatter Blaster. I think that's pretty much the same for most experienced players as well. But in all honesty, when it comes to guns in this game and damage and enemies and pirates, it just all needs a complete overhaul, because after 2 or 3 hours of playing the game, even on permadeath, your character just becomes so OP that you don't really even pay attention or take notice of what's going on around you in terms of danger. I think that needs to be changed. Everything kind of needs a bit of rebalancing, and I think that damage in this game needs to be completely overhauled. And it's needed that for a very long time. So that's my view on that. I think that it's just quite easy. it hasn't. Once you get to a certain like the game when it first released was supposed to be very much sort of a survival game. Yeah, so it's got a big survival element to it. But once you're a couple of hours into this game on any mode, it doesn't really make a difference what mode you play. It's quite an easy game. It's not a difficult game by any means in terms of its survival aspects. And I think that for me personally, to stay like I hunt stuff now. I don't really play the game and explore as much as what I used to. But I think if this had much more of a harsher survival element to it, made it mixed it up a bit, made it a bit more interesting, rebalanced the damage, I would explore much more than what I do now, because you'd have to think about a lot. Um, I'm not saying that you need something, you need to micromanage yourself, and every 2 minutes you've got to drink water, every 2 minutes you've got to feed yourself with something, and so it just becomes quite irritating more than anything. But it needs a nice balance. At the moment, it's just really easy, and it's not really a survival game. It's much more of an exploration game now, I think. Nothing wrong with that though. I still enjoy the game. But if they were going to do some changes, then that's one thing that I'd want them to do. See, this here is a pistol, I think. So S-Class, maximum 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. You won't ever get any more than that on a pistol, but that is the maximum that you'll get. And then the only way that you can increase that is to use this thing here, and you use nanites to upgrade the class, or you purchase or use multi-tool expansion slots to increase the inventory size, or the slot count. But yeah, pistol 10, mid rifle 16, and rifle 24. Is that alpha again? It's quite nice, this alpha. I think this is the alpha. No, it's a Viper. So blue, in case anyone's interested in the ship. Euclid glyphs at the bottom left. Just go back, pause, and you'll get yourself a blue, a two-tone blue with chrome, heavy Viper with a box thruster and Bowie wings. I'm not mad on Vipers myself. Yeah, Scatter Blaster is just the #1 tool. Same for the ship as well. The equivalent of the Scatter Blaster on the ship is the Positron, like the shotgun. And it just absolutely wipes the floor with everything. It's so overpowered. Oh, got an ice cream van in the background. It's that time of the day. absolutely pouring with rain outside, and there's an ice cream man going round. He's definitely not getting business today. Ice cream time, yeah. I'm going to watch a film tonight, and I've got myself a lovely, great big tub of Haagen-Dazs waiting for me to demolish when I watch the film tonight. Yeah, again, this is a pistol, so 10 slots. Right, I've got 2 more to do. So where's this last one? It must be tucked behind. Yeah, it's got to be behind here. This one here. Yeah, there she is. Saturn. Has anybody in the chat tried permadeath mode yet, or have you kind of tried it, finished it, done it, and you've moved back to something else? What do you guys tend to play? Nice, Terry. You got the trophy. It's good when you get that. That's kind of the last one on a lot of people's lists to try and get that, isn't it? Yeah, permadeath is. I mean, a lot of people kind of fear it and just don't really want to play it in the fear of dying. But I think mainly because the game does still have quite a few glitches, and the last thing that you want to do is die because it's not your fault, which is why PC players tend to back up all of their saves. So even if you die, you can still just carry on and continue. But I mean, to be honest, it's not difficult at all, permadeath. The only difficult part is probably the first 15-20 minutes when you're trying to find your ship. But kind of outside that, it's just once you get to a certain level, it's just like playing normal mode, really. I mean, yeah, you've got to kind of manage your inventory a bit better, and that becomes a bit more of a priority in terms of trying to upgrade it and get it maxed out, as opposed to just sort of casually playing. But I mean, once you've got your inventory sorted, you're pretty much there. I mean, there's nothing really to worry about in the game. I've only ever died, I think I've died once because of my own fault on permadeath, and any other time that I've died has not been my fault. It's been a glitch or just getting stuck somewhere or something and not being able to reload a save in time. But if I can just quickly find, just for new players' benefits, I'll grab this quickly. Well, there's two there. It's always handy. Just trying to find a cave. This is a little bit cheaty. You shouldn't really do this when you're... Right, there's a cave there, so we'll go to the left. So, when you start out, you find yourself a cave. This is for... who is it? David, I think, that hasn't done it yet. So, when you first start out, there will always be a cave quite near to where you start. Now, what I do, and especially since the Origins update, see these things here? This hazardous flora. There's an abundance of this in any cave that's of half decent size. There's an abundance of this here, and all you do is they produce sodium or they produce oxygen. So get yourself some carbon so your mining beam doesn't run out. Get yourself in a cave right at the start and literally spend about 15 or 20 minutes in a cave, or as many caves as you can find at the start, and just really go hard at mining these hazardous floras, because they give you a constant supply. It's only like, look, 5 or 6 at a time, but there's so much of it that you can leave a cave with kind of 500 of each in your inventory, and once you've got that, there isn't anything else to worry about really from when you get going. So just try and find the hazardous flora in a cave and grind out some oxygen and sodium, and then once you've got that, what you do, well, what I tend to do next is find a trade terminal, either on you know, a minor settlement or a trading post or the space station, wherever you can get to as quickly as you can, and for about 30,000 units, look, you can get yourself a stack of ion batteries and a stack of, look, 16,000. You can get yourself a stack of life support gel and a stack of ion batteries, and once you've got a stack here, I mean, this will last me for a long time. I haven't bought any life support gels. I've bought some more ion batteries, but this has lasted me kind of, you know, 12-15 hours of play so far, and you can essentially then just get rid of your sodium and get rid of your oxygen, because you don't really use sodium for anything other than shields in the game, to be honest, and oxygen is really just used to combine with making certain products like indium, and, you know, increasing the yield on that and stuff. So that's quite useful. But once at the very start of the game, just to kind of help free up some inventory space on permadeath, just get some of these. That's all you need to keep your shields up and to keep your life support going. These two things here are really important, because you can just keep that in one inventory slot, as opposed to kind of 500 oxygen taking up 2 inventory slots. And you go through oxygen and sodium really quickly as well, so you've got to constantly grind for that at the start. Whereas if you get the ion batteries and the life support capsules, you're good to go. You've never got to worry about that. So yeah, you should definitely give it a go. I got the achievement myself back in 2017, I think. So this was when you couldn't really use portals. I had to do it the long way round, literally using a ship to jump every single system towards the centre. It took me about 60 hours just to do that. So yeah, it was the game back then in 2016 and 2017. It was much more difficult than what it is now. Everything was a grind, absolutely everything. Making money, making everything was just so long-winded, and you could die really quickly on permadeath. Yeah, you can mine a cobalt to sell and to make batteries. My field of view. Just 1 second. Sorry about that, postman at the door there. Field of view settings. Let's have a look, shall we? Is that general options? No. Video. 100. Does anybody go higher than that? Could try higher, I suppose. Doesn't seem to want to. That's flight. On foot. Yeah. So I'm on this particular system here. I'm playing on 2 old SLI GTX 980s, and for that reason I can't on the video options, graphic options. So that is what I play on at the moment to get to 60 and to keep it kind of stable. It would be nice to run all of this at ultra, which I do. I run on ultra. I've got 3 systems altogether. I've got a laptop, a micro computer, which is in a different room, and this computer here, which I play on a big screen. So this is the older computer. The other computers, I run a 1080 Ti and I've got a 1070 laptop. Both of those can run this at ultra without any sort of problem. But I don't play at 4K, I play at 1080p. And I think the laptop screen is sort of 2K, it's 2144. But yeah, no issues on that. But you can't really, I mean, you can tell, you can see some difference, but you've got to really look to see it, to be honest. I mean, it doesn't really make a difference to me. Yeah, the story does help speed things up, Terry. Yeah, there's a lot of people use cobalt or chlorine or salts, and they basically just sort of warp to each system and sell it, and essentially crash the economy. I've done that before, but I just personally I try not to exploit or do things that are quite exploity, and certainly don't dupe. But I just try and play the game as vanilla as I can, and I don't mind grind. I mean, I haven't really done too much so far in terms of effort put into making money, and I'm on 90 million, and I've got 100,000 of AI still to collect, so that will double. I'll have 200 million shortly, but that's with like zero effort. Making units in this game is not difficult at all. There's so many ways that you can make money. You can obviously dupe, but outside of duping, you've got what you do there. Crashing the economy, selling cobalt, selling mining and refining chlorine, salt. You can do ancient artifacts, go around certain planets and collecting their ruins. You can do salvage data, you can do storm crystals, and all of those are not quick. Everything in this game's a grind, but you'll net yourself 10, 15, 20 million every time you do it. So for me, making money in this game is a non-issue. If I see on some of the social media platforms sometimes people moaning about how much things cost, and it's like, well, go and get some money then, because it isn't difficult. It really is not difficult to make units in this game. I like these planets, the airless worlds. They're quite cool. When they introduced that the jetpack glitch where you could kind of do that quick thing, and you could fly for forever essentially. I love that. It's the best thing that has ever been introduced into this game. Was when that came. I think I can't remember what update it was, but you could essentially just keep your finger on melee while jetpacking forward, and you would just fly for like literally thousands of you. But they kind of nerfed it not long after the first expeditions update, and I was so gutted about that, because it just, for me, like, it actually made me explore more. I'm not really an exocraft user, and I do pretty much most things on foot. But for me, it just meant that you could get round the planet or the moon so much quicker, and it actually encouraged me to go and explore more. But then they got rid of it, and I was like, damn it, why have you done that, Hello Games? Like, the one glitch and the one exploit that everybody was on board with, they got rid of, and I couldn't believe it. I was gutted about it. But I've just noticed something here. This, where I am at the moment, is it's quite glitchy here. Look, I'm going through the floor. Now, if I let go, which I'm not going to do, there is a chance that I can start dying, and that is why people don't play permadeath, because of things like that. Look, my body's going into the floor. See that? I've gone under. Yeah, and that can kill you. And you can sort of understand why people don't play permadeath when those sort of things there happen, and you could die without it being your fault. David, I keep wondering what I'm supposed to do with all the units I have. Yeah, once you get to a point in this game, it's kind of, what do you do with all the money that you've got? If you're a purist and you're a bit of a perfectionist, you can always try and, you know, get the absolute maximum possible stats on everything that you've got, and that will cost you millions. If you don't dupe and you do things everything legit, it will cost you billions. Like if you try and get if you without duping, that's a nice freighter, nice colour there. Yeah, without duping and stuff, if you try and upgrade your freighter, as an example, and you go hunting for S-Class derelict freighters, just to find one S-Class derelict freighter, because they're quite rare, you don't see them that often, just to stumble across one of those, you'll probably spend about 1 billion units just looking for an S-Class derelict, because there is an exploit you can do with the emergency broadcast receiver that you get from just over there, from the salvage scrapping guy. You can keep it in your backpack. Once you land on the derelict freighter, I'm sure you probably know, but you can keep the module in your backpack and put it in your refiner and go through and do the run, and then when you come back out of the derelict freighter, the module is still in your refiner. So essentially, it'll only cost you 5 million. You've only got to buy one. Whereas if you do constant derelict freighter runs, which is what I'll be doing on this at some point, they start at 5 million, then go to 10 million, then 20, and then 30. So after 3 or 4, each derelict freighter that you want to explore or find will cost you 30 million a pop. And believe me, you will go through 10 of that, 300 million units, in no time. So if you are a purist and a perfectionist and you do want to try and get things properly without exploiting, you can spend money in this game, and you can spend a lot of it. But it's just kind of what your preference is and how you play with it. Right, so there's nothing from this system multi-tool wise worth getting in that S-Class cabinet. A bit disappointing. Yeah, the derelict freighter, any derelict freighter that you come across, Terry, that at the end you can choose either nanites cargo bulkheads to increase the inventory size of the freighter, or you can choose a tech upgrade module. Now, if those tech upgrade modules are S-Class, that's an S-Class derelict freighter, and stumbling across those is very, very rare. You could probably play this game. Like everything, it's all RNG. So you can get lucky, and you might the first one that you go to could end up being an S-Class. But I think if you were to look at stats across the board, and everyone who found these was to post their game time in between finding one, I reckon it'd be north of 10 hours. I reckon it'd take you roughly 7 to 10 hours of gameplay just to find one S-Class derelict freighter. They're extremely rare. So when you find one, log it, because the chances of you coming across another one is quite rare. They're definitely worth keeping and making a note of where they are. I've never found a 250 derelict freighter, like 250 hyperdrive though. The closest I've found is 249, and I've found several that give 20% fuel upgrades, but I don't think there's a single find logged yet anywhere on the internet that has the perfect freighter, which is 250 light year hyperdrive upgrade and a 20% fuel module upgrade. Those two there is kind of the perfect freighter, but I don't think there's. I think there's been plenty of found of one or the other, but not both yet. That is a lovely ship. What a nice ship that is. That's a beauty. What a great find. What's your name? Entity Tupica. Great find. Seven mecha win, all white, long nose. That is super, 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 super rare. Wonder if that's his find or someone else. That is a super, 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 super rare ship there. I've never seen one of them before. Not in this colour. I think it's all white. I don't think it's turquoise. Very nice ship there, mate. I always get intrigued with other people's ships, being a bit of a hunter. I like seeing what other people find. But that is a class find. That is an absolutely brilliant find there. I could do with that. Right, let's start with yeah, I mean, I've found some brilliant, really nice 7-wing mechas with single thrusters myself. I've got quite a few of these logged in various different colours. My best one's probably a really dark blue and pure white one. Really nice. But that there, if that is all white, which I think it is, that is a superb find. Very rare. All white ships in general are very difficult to come by for some reason. You know, there is an argument to be had that every ship in the game is rare because it's RNG. I get that, but these sort of ships here are really good. If he's logged this ship on somewhere like the Interstellar Index group on Facebook or the No Man's Sky Coordinate Exchange Reddit group, everyone will be going for this ship. But not everyone does, because not everyone likes to share, which I get. That's completely fine. But that's a beautiful ship, that. I would want that in my fleet, because I like, my guy's white, and I like white ships. Class, that's just a bit of class, that ship. Yeah, I've got quite a famous hauler find. I found an all-white hauler, a baller hauler, with purple chrome finish. I think it got a huge amount of upvotes on Reddit, and I've actually seen quite a few people with it in the anomaly. Funny enough, and I've got another one that was featured on a Jason Plays video. He's featured a few of my ships and one of my tools, I think. But on one of his videos, he yeah, cheers, David. Thanks a lot. Cheers for joining. On to the next one, I think, which I don't think it will be tomorrow. It will be Tuesday or Wednesday, but part 7 of this. But thanks for joining. Yeah, Jason Plays has got a hauler of mine in white and yellow with purple chrome, and again, it's quite a few people have picked that one up themselves as well. I like haulers. Fighters and haulers are probably my 2 favourite ships. I used to like exotics back in the day, but I don't know. I just think that everyone's got one, at least one. The colours are very limited, as are the parts. They all look the same, and I just don't find them unique anymore. So I don't ever. I still like squids. They are quite unique looking squids. but they don't excite me at all. Exotics, I don't log them. I used to document them. I think on Interstellar Index on Facebook, I've got, aside from the lavender squid, which is probably arguably the rarest exotic ship in the game, that and the pink one. Aside from the lavender, which I've never found, I think I've got every type of exotic in every type of colour with every part configuration logged on the Interstellar Index. I just don't bother anymore. I've kind of found them all. That's cool. Oh, it's not white. I thought that was white. The red and peach experimental. I think I know the one you mean. Oh, a plasma ball has just pulled in. Oh, what a shame. I like haulers, but out of all the hauler types you can get, I hate this one. I think it's so ugly. Some people like it though, because that big gun there. But yeah, I can't stand the front of these haulers. I think they're absolutely minging. It's a shame though, because these are quite rare. I've probably found about a dozen of these. Well, at least you got something from the stream, Des. Yeah, I both Brian and Terry. I like squids. They get a lot of stick actually online. I see they get some hate, but I like squids. I think they're the most unique looking out of all of the exotics. They come in more variety of colour than all the other exotics, and when the tentacles are extended in flight, I think they look great. I've found a first wave white. It's pretty much guaranteed first wave every time a white exotic squid. I can't remember what system it was in, but that's logged somewhere. That's logged on the coordinate exchange as well as over at the page that I help moderate, the No Man's Sky Interstellar Index page. going to do a couple of what do you call it? Main missions now, not these missions, main ones. So I can get a few things unlocked. So what do we need to do? We need to go back to a base. We'll do this quickly first. First of all, what system am I in? Egdono, Offshore Junction. So we'll go back to here. Yeah, the white squids are quite common. I do like them though. I think the first colour squid I ever found was a orange one. I found all the colours apart from the lavender, like the lilac, the sort of purpley looking one. That is just like super rare. There's only a handful that have been logged to date. Not that many of people have found them. Blue ones are quite nice as well, the blue squids. I quite like them. You don't see many green ones. There's quite a few logged, but I personally haven't seen many land. Yeah, I found quite a few yellow ones before. They're definitely, I mean, again, I know the game's obviously RNG, so everything is kind of random and stuff, but I think squids are kind of definitely the most shy in terms of appearing out of all the other type of exotics, for sure. Is this grey? Right, let's see what Nada has to say. Hi, Manic Miners. Good afternoon. Welcome to the chat. Welcome, welcome. Oh, this is a nice one. Another grey and white. It's not really white, is it? It's more green, cyan. I like haulers in grey though. I like it when you can get them that look quite close to the pelican on from Halo. So I did find the S-Class in the end. It took 30 settlements for anyone that's new to the chat. We got there in the end. Just got to kind of upgrade it and kit it out now. It didn't take too long. It's not the best looking tool in the world. It's quite a unique colour though. You don't often see many experimentals in this sort of minty green with a white finish. It would have been a lot nicer if these tubers were raised, so sort of sticking up as opposed to flat. But yeah, we got the S-Class, so that's all that matters for now. So we've got S-Class ship, Mulitool, and this is going to be next on the list. Get rid of this shitter. Looks horrible, this freighter. Get a new one of them. Not today though, that's going to be for another stream. I did indeed, Manic Miners. I watched the football. Some nice food, few beers. Good result. Absolutely demoralising for Ukraine though, like the first couple of minutes of the first half and then the first minute or so of the second half. Worst time to have a goal scoring against, isn't it? So is it coming home? That's the question. Is football coming home? Did you watch it? Oh, cheers, Just. That's nice of you. Welcome to the stream, mate. Glad to know that I'm one of your go-to people for multi-tools. There's some real good ones though out there. It's I mean there's a small, very small community of tool hunters. My I guess direct competition, if you like, all friendly and stuff. But they've got another bloody ice cream van coming round here. What is going on? That's the second one within an hour. Sorry about that. There's another guy, an Aussie. He's an Australian guy called Lava Lamp 64. He is the Don. He's the king of multi-tool hunting. He always has been. Everything that I do now in terms of my approach, my knowledge around tools, my interest in multi-tools, everything really comes from him. Lava Lamp 64 is the man when it comes to multi-tools. He is. I wouldn't be surprised if he's found over 1,000 different multi-tools. He posts. He's got a YouTube channel as well. You guys should follow it. Just if you go on YouTube and type in all in one word Lava Lamp 64, the number 64, all in one. You'll see his channel. He probably posts maybe 2 or 3 tools a week, but he has found some seriously rare multi-tools. He's found them with plasma tubers with horns. He's found tons. He's found probably over 20 different experimental tools with crystals. He is really good, super knowledgeable. He does a lot of yeah, that's right. He does a lot of playthroughs with KJ PC Gaming as well, on her channel. And he's a good guy, Lava Lamp. So he's worth a follow, worth a watch. Yeah, there isn't much in terms of information, how to do it, and all the mechanics and kind of the code and everything around multi-tools. There aren't many people out there that know more than he does, so he's a good lad. I mean, I find a lot, but he finds an incredible amount of tools. I don't know how he gets all the time to do it. I know he's got about 30 at the moment that are waiting to be put up on his channel still. Yeah, he's found some good ones as well. He's on coordinate exchange, isn't he? See, Lava doesn't post to Facebook or the Reddit groups. He doesn't do any of that. He is purely YouTube and Discord. So if you go to his channel on Discord, as well as like Zane and Beeblebum, they've got sort of subsections of multi-tools, and like me, he posts in all of those groups as well. But he doesn't post to Facebook or Reddit, Lava Lamp. I think he used to years ago, but he doesn't anymore. But yeah, Scott has found some nice ones. There's quite a few people. I mean, Hazaka Dojo is another one. He's an Irish lad. He's found quite a few good ones. He's arguably found the best looking crystal alien rifle that has been found to date. Hazuki Dojo is his name. I follow him on YouTube. Yeah, KJ and Lava's streams are quite funny. She just doesn't stop giggling though. after a while, it does start doing my head in, to be honest. But they're quite good fun. She definitely doesn't like people caning America too much. That's for sure. I've seen her in the chat getting the ump a few times with people laying into America. doing a few of these while there's a few A classes here coming in. A classes on this run that I've been doing have been quite shy for some reason, so just while there's a few here, I'm just going to grab a few and scrap so I can get my Starship's inventory upgraded a bit more, because I'm struggling for space at the moment. There's loads of A classes coming in. Might have to just buy these and park them for the minute. Yeah, just trip multi-tool hunting is not for everybody. It does take a lot of. It's as easy as anything else in the game is to do. There is a process behind it, and it's not difficult. But in terms of finding the tools and then finding the S-class, because it's kind of a two thing there. You've got to find the tool as well as then hunt down the actual S-class cabinet for the tool that you want. It's a very, very long-winded process. It isn't going to be for like 95% of the community out there who's just not interested in doing it, and I get that. It's kind of, you know, what you enjoy and what you don't enjoy in the game. You know, everyone's different. But yeah, it's very long-winded, and for me, it kind of makes it one of the more difficult things to focus on and do in the game. It's not too dissimilar in some aspects to trying to hunt down and actually get your S-class capital freighter ship. You know, as much, if not more, time goes into each tool than what you'll do trying to find an S-class freighter. You know, like I said, really early on in this stream, when I found the S-class cabinet for a tool that I'd been looking for, I've probably found, you know, since day one and across all the saves I've got, I'm probably knocking on for around 500 different S-class tools, which is a lot. And out of all of the tools that I've found and I've managed to collate data from today, my average amount it takes, the average amount of minor settlements it takes me to find just one S-class cabinet is 48 settlements. That's just for me. It might be different for Lava, it might be different for other people out there if they were to kind of store and collect their data. But it takes me 48 settlements on average to find one cabinet, one S-class cabinet. That's about 2 hours. Some will take one, some will take 10, some might take 200. That's just purely an average, but that's a lot, you know. So it definitely, it's a process. It's not, there's no sort of cutting corners with it, and it is quite long-winded. So basically, the community is quite lucky that they've got people like me and Lava that do it, who put the effort in to get them logged for everybody. But I enjoy it, and I'm sure Lava does as well. So like the tool that I've just found, this one here. So this one here I found on this playthrough today. This took around 30 settlements to find, which was probably about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours of sort of consecutive gameplay. So 30 settlements, that's 18 less than what it takes on average for me to find a tool. So this was actually relatively quick compared to my average. I might do a hunt again on a save tomorrow, and that one might take 150. It does vary hugely, and you've just got to be prepared to grind. I do like it though, because I think it's really one of the only things now that's left in this game that is really unique. Like, it's aside from a kind of a handful of different experimental tools that you do find a lot of the same model, same pattern, same colour and everything. Like particularly the white and black diamond classic model. There's, I found tons of them. So has everybody else. But aside from a handful of them, most of the tools that you find, even if they're only slightly different, they're still different, and they're very unique. So each tool that you find is kind of a unique find to you. Whereas a lot of planets are the same, a lot of ships are the same, and so on and so on. Tools are one of the few things that are left in the game that if you find yourself, you can actually say, yeah, I found that, that's unique, no one else has got that. And that's kind of a little bit of the enjoyment behind it as well, is that unique aspect to it. And knowing that you've got something in the game that until you've posted the location for, no one else has got. And I quite like that side of it, because they are very different looking, all of them. It's much easier with maps, Terry, much easier. Using beacons was kind of the old school way to do it. And before beacons, it was sort of just looking for them visually, literally just flying in between the ley lines in the game and staying fixed on a specific path and just trying to fly and visually look for minor settlements. That's why I take my hat off to Lava, because even back in the day, he found hundreds that way. I don't know how he had the patience for it. But yeah, definitely maps is the most efficient. Some people use exocrafts as well, but again, you've still got to call the exocraft in. You've got to get in it. You've got to press a lot of buttons and stuff like that. The quickest way by far and the most efficient way to find settlements is definitely using maps. So you need a lot of navigation data for that, and that's kind of your first point of call, is to accumulate some navigation data. Hi Paul, thanks for joining from Southampton. Very nice part of the country. Been there plenty of times myself. I've played quite a bit of golf around Southampton. Poole as well. Poole's a lovely area. Very expensive round there though. Very expensive. Yeah, 80 reloads for an S-Class freighter. I bet you so many people have done that. That's not even kind of the worst that you'll hear, is it? I've been very. I must admit, when it comes to, you'll probably see when I hunt the next freighter down, I get quite. I'm going to touch wood now because I know now I've said it, it's not going to happen. But I tend to get very lucky with freighters. I've had more than 4 or 5 spawn on my first entry into the freighter, and across all of my saves, hand on heart, I've probably never had to reload for more than an hour before I've found an S-Class in whatever ship I want. I generally get really lucky with freighters for some reason. I've never had to wait kind of 4, 5, 6 hours or spread it over a couple of days. I don't know why. Just the RNG gods work in my favour with freighters. But you wait. I'll search on this playthrough now for one, and it will take me about 50 reloads now I've set it. Right, let's get some of this done now. I've built up some of that. Actually, I'll do for the minute. I'm going to do a mission now. Right, so what are we doing? Calibrate the translator. This was my first base, wasn't it? This playthrough. yeah, so I think when you first start out, always just go for these. On the permadeath save, go straight for a cave, and the first priority should be farming these for sodium, farming these for oxygen, and there'll be loads of these in a cave. Right, let's fly back out to space. Just for anyone that's currently in chat, this mission here that I want to try and do, this one, do I just speak to anybody in any system, or is this going to, if I go into space, is this going to direct me to a specific system that I've been to before? That's kind of why I've flown back to my original system, because I think I picked this mission up to try and do towards the start of the run, but I'm a bit unsure. We know what to do with that. We know what to do with that. Yeah, Terry, the weekend mission, I thought it was going to be like a bit of a pain in the backside, like building an outpost, but it doesn't take anywhere near as much time. You will need some glass, because you need to build a couple of rooms that have glass. You need some crystal sulfide to build a couple of things with that. And then aside from that, it's just the basic ferrite and stuff. So as long as you can call in your freighter and you've got bits stored on your freighter, it will be fine. There it is. It didn't take long at all. And to get glass, if you haven't unlocked any blueprints for it or anything like that, all you've got to do is gather up some silicate powder just by using your multi-tool and your terrain manipulator, and then every 40 silicate powder in your refiner gives you one glass, and that's all you need. So you haven't got to go out of your way to get glass. Right. The question is, if I go through this, am I going to get a lot of damage? Well, let's just see, shall we? So this is going to be this. Let's do it. So just quickly, how far are we now? Will it take me further away or closer to the centre? So I'm 714.653. 625. Right, let's see where we end up. Okay, it was only just one thing that got broke. I can deal with that. So this module I've just picked up there is 6514, 6568 and 31 scan radius. That is about as shit as it gets. That's like one of the worst possible scanner modules that you can get. Anything in the sixes and with a scan radius of below kind of 32, 33, that's terrible. So that'll be the first thing that goes once I start upgrading things. Two travellers, that's a touch. Two glyphs. Oh, bollocks. I can still do it. Right, so yeah, if you ever get more than one traveller in a minor settlement or on the space station or trade post wherever, a lot of people assume you can just still only get one glyph, but you don't. You can get two. You've just got to do them one at a time. So he's just given me, like it says visited, so I know that I've been to him. He's just given me one location, and what I'll do is I'll fly down, pick that glyph up, fly back up, speak to this one, and he'll give me another one. So you can actually get two or three, depending on how many travellers are in this on the platform. The most I've seen is three. I think you could probably get more than that in a space station, but so while I'm doing that, I will calibrate the translator. I'm probably going to continue this stream until around 6 p.m. tonight UK time, so about another 50 minutes. But once I've picked up this glyph, I'm just going to quickly take a very short 2 or 3 minute break to get a drink, and I just need to make one very quick phone call. I won't be long. I say I'll finish at 6. I said that yesterday and sort of went on for a bit after I said I'll finish. I'll just see what I'm doing. Yeah, you're over in the States, Brian, aren't you? See if there's a traveller here as well, quickly while I'm here. Nope. Yeah, same as my brother Brian. He's on the kind of the East Coast. He's Ohio, Cleveland. He's kind of right on Lake Erie. Huge thing that is. You stand next to it and it looks like it's a sea. Just can't comprehend that it's actually a lake. It's like got beaches and everything. He's a pro, a golf pro over there. He teaches golf. Runs in our family, golf. I used to be quite good at it when I was younger. I played for like the county. I got into England B. Did quite well as an amateur. But then women and drink came along and it all went to pot. As I'm sure it does for a lot of amateur sportsmen. Oh, is it going to send me? Oh, I'm here already. This might sound like a silly question, but is Kentucky where Kentucky Fried Chicken comes from? As in KFC? I assume it is. I do like a KFC. I thought so. It makes sense, wouldn't it? Yeah, my brother's been in America for a good few years now, quite a few years, and but he always says that when he comes back to the UK, he said that UK McDonald's and KFC tastes better than it does where it's from in America. He said the meat is always better over here, and he said he can really taste the difference. I don't know how true that is, but because when I go and visit him, I don't eat fast food. I go to like proper restaurants and that over there, so I wouldn't know. But right, I'm gonna land on this space station, so and I'm ready to go and speak to the other traveller just to get the second lift from him. And I'm just going to take a very short 5 minute break, maybe not even that, just to grab a drink, dying for thirst here, um, and just to make a very, very quick phone call, and I'll be straight back on. Surprises me though, because the food I've had in America is lovely. You do hear people sort of whinge about US food standards and that, but I just think it's all much of a muchness. You're probably a lot better on standards and things than what we are in some things. Right, get in here quickly. Need to get that repaired. Right, I'll be back very shortly. I'm just going to take a very, very quick break. Just give me 2 minutes. Apologies for that. That's the camel mouth taken care of. I just needed to make a quick call. Right, where was we? Okay. Traveller. Been to you. I'm going to do a derelict freighter run once I've picked this up. And I might think about towards the end of this stream doing my first galaxy jump and getting into number 2, which I think from memory is Hilbert. Actually, I'm just going to do a couple more system jumps. Just, what is this here? Hold on a second. Oh, okay, that's fine. Yeah, so we can come back here. Oh, sorry about this. In fact, I'm just going to quickly get this mission done and out of the way with. So, to do this, if you've got cash, all you need to do is scan for a trade post, go to the trade post, this is an expensive way to raise your standing, but it's the quickest and easiest way. You can pick up missions as well on the space station, which increases your standing with the whichever life form you choose. But the easiest way is, as long as this is populated, yeah, there's NPCs here, to just wait for some ships to land, and then you just literally buy 2 artifacts from them, give them into one of these NPCs, and it raises your standing. Yeah, Just Trip. That is quite exploity. I did actually try that myself. I think in yesterday's stream, but I didn't stay in my home system. I accidentally walked out of the system, so it kind of ruined it. But you can, yeah, that is the quickest way by far to get all the glyphs, is to use the Nexus mission for hazardous flora. You essentially just fly down to the, you accept the mission, you fly down to the grave, place a beacon so you know where you are, fly back up, abort the mission, and as long as you stay in that system, you can then fly back down to the grave and interact with it like a normal traveller and pick up a glyph, and you can just rinse and repeat that. But you're right, it is a bit exploity, so I'm going to do it the old school way. I've got quite a few already, but I am going to spam the first glyph to warp to the various galaxies. I'm not going to be doing system hopping using just the hyperdrives. I don't know why the ships aren't spawning here. presets in. Yeah, here we go. So I can't remember what artifact they asked for, so I'm just going to buy 2 of each. So I'm going to get 2 of them and 2 of them, and then you just go down here. Speak to one. Right, it's the effigy. Give the effigy an increased Viking standing by 1. Do the same again to this guy. Any of them. No, he's a recruitable NPC, this one. So we'll go to this one. Offer the gift. Increase by 1, and that is the mission done. I've just got to go and interact now with the alien life form. Now, where is he? Right, he's back on that planet. Or she, or them, or they. I don't think anyone knows if there's females and males in this game, though. So just a quick sort of putting my feelers out question here for people in the chat that are currently in the chat, and don't be shy to critique or anything, but so I'm sure you're probably all aware that I do multi-tool hunting videos, and all of my videos to date I've liked to include music in the background with just basically text-based instructions on how to go about finding that particular tool. So each video lasts between 4 and sort of 6 minutes, generally just one song. All of the songs are one of my favourite genres, which are liquid drum and bass. Would you prefer me to keep the videos going with the music and the text, or would you prefer the guides to have commentary, like what I'm doing now, like my voice telling you what to do, where to go, and the gameplay sounds? So would you prefer commentary with the gameplay sounds, or would you prefer just to keep the videos as they are with no commentary and music in the background kind of over everything else? Pop what your preference are in the comments there, and perhaps I can do a poll at some point as well. I'm easy either way, I don't mind doing either. I just thought it was a bit different adding a bit of music. I'm gonna nut the life form. Yeah, let's do that. Let's headbutt him. Have some of that. Yeah, okay, so you prefer commentary, Manic, that's cool. So I mean, if I get the general feel that more people prefer the commentary than not, then I'm happy to do either or. It doesn't bother me. I mean, in actual facts, if it was just going to be a purely commentary based video, it will actually cut down a lot of my time and editing and stuff like that, because I can do it on the fly, so it won't make any difference to me. But I just thought that perhaps adding some music with text-based text-based instructions would be a bit different, and people might prefer that. So I'm easy either way, whatever people want. So Terry, either way is fine with me. You do have some good music. Yep, that I have plenty of. I've got a ton of songs ready to go if people want to keep the chilled out drum and bass music. I don't like the hardcore drum and bass, like the real sort of attitudey, in your face, I want to go and beat my granny up sort of drum and bass. You know, like the old school stuff. I like the chilled out, more vocal, liquid drum and bass. I've got loads of that, like several hundred songs. So yeah, I'm happy to continue with that. I think you have a pleasant enough voice, but either is that's kind of a nice way, Brian, of saying I prefer the commentary, the text-based commentary. I appreciate that. So I've done videos both styles in each way. Doesn't hurt the video. Yeah, perhaps that's what I can do, is just maybe mix it up and do several tools in one week with commentary and several tools the following week with music, or just do chopping and changing it. Just Trip says, what I enjoy about this game and community is there are so many different people and different aptitudes. Beeble for base building, you, Lava for MTs, Captain Steve, Survival Bob, Jason for playthroughs, and you prefer just commentary, but if you want to change it up every now and then, good with that too. Yeah, that's cool. So I mean, that's perhaps what I might look at doing, is chopping and changing, mixing it up a bit, and just seem, you know, I guess a way of gauging it is to see how many likes and comments and stuff you get on the videos once they go up. I don't get a lot of views anyway, because it is, you know, multi-tool hunting is definitely quite unique. It's very yeah, it's very sort of narrow. It doesn't cover a wide array of things, which is why I do a little bit of this streaming now. I'm not one of these people, I think, that's going to expect to get to, like, you know, 50,000 or 100,000 subs. I make absolutely no money from YouTube whatsoever. Never have, probably never will. I just quite enjoy doing it. I do think if people like Zane and Survival Bob and stuff want to try and, you know, go for the big time and get a lot more subs, like 6 figures and above, they've definitely got to expand away from No Man's Sky. They've got to do a lot more games. Because if you're too specific, I think, on something, then you're sort of cornering the market, which is good, but you're cornering one market, and a very small one. Yeah, I'm not a YouTube partner or anything, and you know, every one of the videos that I put up that has music, all of those songs, I think there's only about 2 or 3 of the songs which sometimes get repeated on there that are not copyrighted. Everything else is copyrighted, so I don't get paid a single penny from YouTube. As you'll probably see, because I very much doubt there's any adverts on my channel. Right, I'm going to do a derelict freighter run. Oh, did he? That's nice of him. Yeah, I mean, I don't know Zane sort of personally, but I do sort of comment quite a bit. I watch all of his streams and stuff, and the thing with this community is kind of everyone knows everyone sort of thing. He seems like a good lad, Zane. He knows his stuff as well. If there's like anything new comes out in this game, Zane is my go-to person because he'll almost more or less be guaranteed to do a very in-depth breakdown and kind of dissect everything really, really detailed over a 15-20 minute video, and I like that. I like kind of getting to know the ins and outs of everything in detail. So if anything comes out quite new, as long as he's on it and he gets on top of it and gets a video out very quickly, which is pretty good at, he will be the first person that I go to on No Man's Sky. And I think he's featured a couple of my multi-tools in his videos as well before. Lava's had a ton of multi-tools featured on Zane's channel, loads. I've had a couple. I think my more recent one was a sort of turquoise crystal, a cyan crystal, experimental pistol, which got quite a bit of attention on his channel. I like doing these derelict freighter runs in first person, but otherwise, as you can see, I always play third person in this game, even for the ships. Other content creators do, a lot of them fly their ships in first person mode though, I've noticed that. Like, so yeah, that they've changed it so that this first one that you encounter of these is generally always the one that gives you the no, it hasn't this time, but normally it gives you the manifest to use in the first computer that you come across, unless there's another one. Yeah, so it might be this one here. It's normally the one in the first room that you see. No, not today, it's not. I'll have to do a bit of a search through. These will always give an upgrade each of some sort. Yeah, a lot of people fly for. I fly first person sometimes, Ryan, but I just prefer third person. I like looking at the ship more, and I think the exploration side in me tells me that if you're in third person and you're looking around on a planet before you land, you can just see a lot more, I think, in third person, like what's below you and around you and stuff. But it's what works, isn't it, for everybody? Everyone's a bit different. Yeah, it's a decent community, No Man's Sky, for sure. I've been in quite a few different communities over the last sort of 10, 15 years because I achievement hunt. I'm in a big achievement hunting community. There's quite a few of us in different groups and stuff. Um, there we go. That's what normally comes up in the first room. But yeah, out of all the communities, No Man's Sky is definitely one of the more pleasant ones. Um, most of the time, from what I've found, any PvP community like COD or Ark, Battlefield, even Halo, games like that tend to be really crap. But the other place that you get really, really good people in community-wise is achievement hunting groups. Everybody is up for helping anyone in those groups, and I've met a lot of random people. You put in if you like, there's a game called Alien Colonial Marines. It's a very old game. Got absolutely slated when it released because it was like No Man's Sky. They kind of promised the world with a game, said it was going to have some superior multiplayer and excellent graphics and brand new sort of rule breaking mechanics and stuff like that. And the game released and it was a load of crap. But recently, a few of us wanted to go back and just try and get all the achievements in it. So we went on to the community on Steam to do it, and we've met about 4 or 5 new people in the sort of group of mates that we've got that do the achievement hunting, and everyone seemed to put out a towel and say, do you want to come and join our game and try and do it, even though the multiplayer's been dead in that game for about 5 years. You get some real good people in that crowd. Everyone wants the same thing at the end of the day, and that's to just keep increasing the perfect game count. I mean, I'm on about 200 at the moment, but there's some of the people I've got on my Steam profile. I mean, they've got like 600, 700, 100% perfect games. It's crazy the amount of work they do. I've always been into like that completionist side. I've always been into doing that ever since I was a kid. I think the first proper game that I wanted to complete fully was GoldenEye 64 when I was in senior school. And when you got all the 007 achievements done for that, you were kind of the king of the school. It was brilliant. Yeah, I've explained this in a previous stream I did, but again, just purely for any newbies that are coming into the game and looking at doing a permadeath run and derelict freighters and stuff. If you're watching the stream, playing back on YouTube now, so in a derelict freighter, you have generally in each room you have 2 options. You have this option, a pink and a purpley type of labelled door, and you have this kind of cool white / sort of bluey green door. That door there, this colour is where you need to go, and this colour here is always the dead end. So the pink, the sort of very bright pinky purple, that's always a dead end, and this is always the way you go. Two options, one's dead end, one's the way you go. Just another little tip there for people that don't already know that. But even the dead end routes, or as the Americans would say, the routes, in these derelict freighters, they still contain loot. Not all of them do, but most do. Yeah, so this will be a dead end, but it should still have plenty of stuff to look at. Yeah, I know what you mean, Just Trip. It would be good to have sort of a camera view while you're in your ship as well. Like in some games, when you're controlling a bomber, like any sort of flight sims or anything, you get that sort of bombing view from under the plane, like so you know where you're going to be dropping the bomb. That would be quite cool to have as an option in this game. So you can sort of just go into that camera mode and just fly over the surface of a planet. If anyone wants to hit me up on Steam as well, then just look me up. It's I think the name's literally just Ostentatious or Ostentatious 84. I can't remember. I mean, I don't often play online on No Man's Sky with people and stuff, but if you're looking for someone to 100% a game with that I haven't done or whatever, then just tap me up. I think I've got Zane on there. There's a few people from the community I've got on Steam. And if you're not already a member of the, if you, not everyone uses Facebook these days, but if you're on Facebook, join the No Man's Sky Interstellar Index group. It's got about 14,000 members, so it's no way near at the scale of No Man's Sky Coordinate Exchange on Reddit, but we have just as good, if not better, quality content on there. It's a much more laid-back community than the Coordinate Exchange group. I'm a moderator on there as well, so you won't have any issues getting in there. And yeah, look, if you like multi-tools and ships and you're one of these people that goes looking for them and look for other people's finds, it's a good place to be a member of. You just literally got to ask a couple of questions on the, answer a couple of questions, like do you know what glyphs are and stuff like that, you know, and then you're in. Where a lot of ship hunters started as well. Postman Tom started on the Coordinate Exchange. Musician TT, she's still sort of semi-attached to it, although she doesn't use Facebook anymore. Shame really, because Musician TT, or Tiff is her name, she's my favourite ship hunter in the game. She's brilliant. She has found the best ships in this game, and she's posted a lot of them on No Man's Sky Coordinate Exchange. The name of the Facebook group, Terry, it's the No Man's Sky Interstellar Index. It might just be abbreviated to NMS, Interstellar Index. But if you search for it, it's loosely sort of attached to the No Man's Sky Over 30s group and the No Man's Sky just normal group. There is a No Man's Sky community group as well. But a lot of people I know, including myself, we are not a member of that group anymore because we just found it was just full of bullshit all day. You know, constant memes. That's all that stuff's fine. But when it's nothing to do with the game and it's just constantly sort of topics, you know, outside of No Man's Sky, I just got fed up with it. So I no longer sort of participate in that group, and quite a few other people I know don't either. But the normal No Man's Sky group is much better than that. It's not as big, but it's better. And I did stop posting to the Coordinate Exchange about 2 months ago because I wasn't happy with. I had several posts of mine taken down for no real reason really, and one of them was because it had the word rare in it. And I've always been quite vocal with the moderators on No Man's Sky Coordinate Exchange about some of their rules, and about some of their rules being quite frankly ridiculous, which some of them are. But I got a message from one of them today, funny enough, to say that they've now changed some of their rules, including their rules around the word rare. So I said, well, if you're not going to basically be pranked about it, then I'll come back and start posting ships and tools again. So I am, as of today, sort of back on posting at No Man's Sky Coordinate Exchange. As long as they don't start being dicks again with all of their post takedowns and stuff. I'm definitely not alone. I know a lot of people that have kind of got quite fed up with that Reddit group and their constant sort of policing of everyone's posts and topics and stuff. Yeah, she is. I mean, everyone's got their own opinion on and their own favourite people in the community for hunting, ships, tools, whatever it might be. But certainly, my favourite ship hunter is easily Musician TT. She has found some incredible ships. She mainly does fighters. Um, she's found a lot of everything really, but her core focus was always sort of fighters, particularly long nose fighters as well. And tons of her ships have been featured in different people's videos, especially Zane. Zane's had quite a few of her ships featured. But she's old school, you know, she's been ship hunting in the community for years. She's top dog. Postman Tom as well, he does some good, he posts some good finds. Although he did get on my nerves a little bit one time, but that's for another story. No, she doesn't post. Oh, she has got a channel actually. Tell a lie. She does have her own channel, but she doesn't really use it for posting sort of finds. I think she does a she has started to do a bit of this bite beat music making, and I think she posts some of that on her YouTube channel. I forget what it's called though. It's not her name. It's different to her name. I'll have to sort of have a dig around and then perhaps post that in comments on the next stream. But no, she generally, so she used to be very active on Facebook, but like so many other people that we know, a lot of people have left Facebook for whatever reason. Some people because of privacy, some people just because frankly they can't stand Facebook and Zuckerberg and whatever their issues are. So there's been a lot of people that have left the platform. Some people have gone over to MeWe, Musician TT. So the founder of the No Man's Sky Interstellar Index group, he and Musician TT set up a new group on MeWe, but I don't like MeWe personally. I just don't like the interface, and it just hasn't got the feel of these other platforms. So although I'm on it, I haven't really done anything over there, and I think that it is beginning to die down a bit as well with Jules and Tiff, musician TT. So outside of basically Facebook and MeWe, she's quite active now again on No Man's Sky Coordinate Exchange, and I think she also posts on Discord. And she posts on the PWM group on Discord, and I think she might still post some of her finds in the ship sections on other people's channels, like Beeblebum and people like that. She doesn't do much. Like, she has found quite a few multi-tools, but that isn't her forte, if you like. It's not her specialty. She is a through and through ship hunter. You know, there was a time when she was a lot more active. Every single day she would post a find, and it would be literally the best ship you've seen in the game. She was that good. I don't know how she did it, or what her kind of process is for doing it, but she's had some excellent finds. I can't sort of recommend looking at her enough on the exchange and places like that. Nice one. Cheers, Terry. Get you in on that. Yeah, I think Kurgan has sort of died down. Quite a few of the like even Postman Tom, I noticed he hasn't posted in there for a long time. A lot of the kind of old school and like the core, like real core hunters of tools and ships and stuff seem to have gone quite quiet recently with the exchange. I did notice that they added a couple of new mods, sort of admins to the team, and whether those new mods have sort of come in and just been really in your face with you can't do this, you can't do that, and they've pissed a few people off. I don't know. I mean, I'm certainly one of the people that they pissed off, but I've sort of come back to it now. Right. I'm going to quickly see what the anomaly mission is. If it's any good, I'll do it and then end the stream. But if this is squid coming in. If it isn't any good, I'll probably end the stream still on the anomaly. Get some food sorted out soon. I'll tell you what, just before I do this, just while we're on the topic of ship hunting, especially for Just Trip, let me just get this battered out. I'll show you the sort of expressway, the quick way of cycling through all 21 ships in the system without even getting out the ship. Just kill these. Should still work out there. Just Trip, yeah, okay, that's cool. Right, so I think I went through this in the previous or the stream before that. Most people, when it comes to ship hunting, will tend to either stay on the space station and just sort of wait and wait for each wave to come in and stuff like that, or they'll go use the economy scanner, hit that and go to a trade post and do ship hunting that way. All of which requires reloading a save, waiting for ships to land, and bloody blah. It can be quite time consuming. So the easiest and quickest way to go through all 21 ships in every system is by using your freighter. So what I'm going to do is you need to be in first person for this. Now in front of you, you can see your radar there, yeah? So at the moment, that's picking up 3 ships, which are the squares. You can see the planets and stuff, but those sort of squares at the centre now are 2 ships. There's 3 ships there. Now the way to go through ship hunting, and to do it very quickly, each system to system, is you pulse, go into pulse, get away from the station, just go into pulse for a few seconds, come out of pulse and call your freighter in. Now you'll see down here ships appearing. So this is the first wave of ships. Now, right, hang on a minute, this isn't going to do it now because a bloody fugitive has just come in. I'll tell you what, let me just go to another system quickly so I can demonstrate this without any interruptions. Just go here. Right, so just as soon as you enter a system, pulse away. Street. Oh bloody hell, I've got a black hole now. Right, let's get away from that. Start again. Right. Pulse away, call in your freighter. Then down here you'll see the ships appearing, yeah? Now on the right hand side, or in an exotic or explorer ship, you'll see these, but more or less in front of you, so you haven't got to sort of go down to the right. Now if you're on your D-pad, scroll through these here, you can see the ship type, yeah? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So there's 7 different varieties of ships there I've seen in this system already. Now you can't see the class and you can't see the colour, but for instance, if I like the look of, right, yeah, baller, a baller hauler, compacts, let's go and take a look and see what colour it is. So you just simply fly up here to where the hauler is, and then you enter camera mode. Go into camera mode. Okay, I've done it. I'm a bit further away from the ship than what I'd like to be at the moment, but let's go up here. So you go into camera mode, and here you can see the colours. But only do this if you like the look of the ship variety. So we've come up and we've seen, right, this is green and red, looks like a Christmas tree, not for me. So then we've seen 7 ships. We then pulse away again until this ship disappears. So that's disappeared. Come out of pulse, call in the freighter again, and now we've got an interruption. But anyway, the long and the short is, especially if you pick systems which don't have much in the way of conflicts, even if you get this now, some interruptions coming in, you will still go through all 21 ships in 4 or 5 freighter call-ins in 5 minutes, not even that. It's just a much more efficient, much quicker way of ship hunting than standing at trade posts and space stations for hours on end. Certainly in my experience anyway. FBI, so the Reddit post about the alien rifle, the code was wrong. The alien rifle portal code is wrong for your Reddit post and video. Which alien rifle are you referring to, FBI? I mean, before I explore this and see if it is wrong, 99.9% of the time it's because you're either in the wrong galaxy, glyphs are galaxy specific, so in order for you to get to a location that's posted in Isentam, you need to use a portal in Isentam. You can't, for instance, use a portal in Euclid and travel from Euclid to Isentam using glyphs. You have to be in the same galaxy in order for the glyphs to work. They're galaxy specific. Most of the time when I get comments like yours, no disrespect, but when I get comments like yours on Reddit, Facebook or YouTube, most of the time it's because the galaxy you're in is incorrect. So just make sure, first of all, you're in the correct galaxy. And then second of all, just double check the glyphs. It's very, very, very rare that I'll ever post a location that's incorrect with the incorrect glyphs. Generally speaking, the video will be proof of that, because I show in each video on the multi-tool side of things, in each video I put up the system glyphs, which you'll see at the very start of the video. So when I'm standing in front of the ship, the glyphs that you see here, these are just the system specific glyphs. And then at the end of the video, I will generally post the glyphs where I'm standing at the cabinet on the planet, and those glyphs on the planet will be specifically for a portal entry onto that planet. Each planet in each system has their own separate unique glyphs, and at the bottom left of the screen now you'll see the glyphs. The very first glyph there is a number of 1 to 6, and that first glyph that you see on the screen, that will always be the planet number in that system that that glyph corresponds to. So if I'm in a system of, say, 5 planets like I am now, this might be planet 1, that might be planet 2, 3, 4, 5. If I'm standing on this planet, the very first symbol on the left of that glyph there will be planet 1, if I'm standing on planet 1, because those symbols there correlate to letters and numbers. So that's why you get 2 different glyphs on my videos. One's for the system and one is for the planet. So that might clear up that discrepancy there. But just double check your system, FBI, and double check your glyphs, because it is very, very rare that I'll post incorrect glyphs with a location. Yeah, hi Crash Test, welcome to the chat, and good afternoon. I actually honestly don't know. I've always assumed that the system glyphs, when you're standing on the space station, that will take you to planet 1, and it will generally be like the closest planet to where the space station is. That is purely an assumption though at my end. I don't know that for fact, so don't take my word on that. I just always assumed that this glyph that you see here is the space station system default glyph, and that will, in fact, let's just test it, shall we? Look, No Man's Sky glyph. Sorry, just 2 seconds. yeah. So it looks like let me just try something else. Yeah, so that's correct. So from what it looks like, this the system glyphs that you see here on the space station, that is for your the number 1 planet on the system, which should be the closest planet to the space station. So that glyph there, the bird, the corresponding repository um, number or letter to that is 1. So, and I've tried it with the glyph next to it as well, which is 0. So so this will probably always show as a bird. It might not, but it should always show as a bird, and that being planet number 1. So if you use that glyph there specifically, you'll appear on planet 1. Whiskey Barrel Gaming, yeah, he follows my channel as well. He does some good videos, Whiskey Barrel. Yeah, I have to have a look at that, because there is actually a way as well. Like, although this has got 5 planets, there is actually a way that you can get a 6th multi-tool spawn into this system as well. However, I am aware that Whiskey Barrel has done a recent video on that, but I'm not 100% sure. I've got to try it myself, and I've got to kind of explore that video myself and see what he does, because I was under the assumption that that was nerfed. You couldn't do that any longer. Just like the anomaly multi-tool now, when you go into the anomaly and you see that cabinet in there, that used to have different variants of class tools in there, like you could get a C, B, A or S, but that has now been nerfed as well, and it's only ever a C class now. And I'm pretty sure that they stopped that from happening, where you could bring a system's or a planet's tools into the system that you're in from a different system. I know he done a video on it, and I've been told to watch it, and I've been told that it works, but I want to try it myself first before I can say it is a thing. Right, I think I'm going to call this a day and end the stream here now, peeps. It's 6:30 UK time. I've been streaming for about 4 or 5 hours now, so I'm going to take a break. I'm going to get some food and some dinner. I think just for I'm not going to be on probably tomorrow. It will be Tuesday or Wednesday. But I still need to build out my cargo inventory on the exosuit, which would just be kind of as I'm going along sort of thing. I need to definitely get this expanded, so we're going to be doing some ship scrapping and building up this nanite pile here, trying to get roughly around 100,000. I need to upgrade this, so we're going to get some more scatter blaster modules. Once this is up to 100,000 plus, I'll show you ways of getting the absolute maximum possible stats you can get on any of these modules. I've got to do still the freighter, so we need to get a freighter done, which could be 10 minutes, that could be a 3-4 hour job, depending on what my RNG luck is on the day. And then it's just a case of doing some missions, finishing off these missions here. Definitely in the next stream, 100% I'm going to be jumping Galaxy. I'm going to leave Euclid and go to Galaxy 2, just spamming the first glyph, because the idea is on this permadeath run, I want to get all 255 done as quickly as possible, and it shouldn't take long to do that once I've got everything here upgraded. And yeah, thanks for everyone joining. It's been much appreciated. Thanks for all the chat. Thanks for your questions. Thanks for the suggestions. Thanks for comments, likes on the video. It's all very much appreciated, even though I don't get paid for it. And enjoy the rest of your Sunday, whatever you're doing. Have a good day, everybody, and thanks once again.